Morning, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome into Flying with Mike. And yes, sir, that's a clipper sitting right in front of you. And we're at the infamous, well, I don't know if we'll go infamous, KITAC, known for the checkerboard approach. So welcome in. Hope you all enjoy. And looks like we're going to commercial break already, so we'll just keep it right here. Wait about a minute and a half. We'll be right back at you. However, for those not in the commercial break, because maybe you're watching on YouTube, we'll just run a little music in the background while we wait on the Twitchers to get back. But we want to welcome you into KITAC. Fun approach, fun airport. Wish it was still there, but unfortunately, times changed. It had to move to what we have today in Chaplacac, and kind of a partial man-made island, partially on land, growing and growing all the time, folks. So much traffic out here. Boy, if Pan Am and TWA could still be in business, they'd do a lot out there. So, but anyway, welcome in, and I hope you all enjoy. Forgive me here, because in the next 20 or so seconds, we'll have the Twitchers on board for the live broadcast. Folks, you can be a part of the live broadcast. Simply look to the bottom, click the link where it says Twitch, look in the About for the flight schedule, and when you see the flight coming up, hey, come on in. Love for you to be a part. Follow us there. You're following us here, so welcome aboard. All right, Twitch is back. I'm just talking with the YouTube crowd, so just wanted to get everyone on board and ready to go. Folks, we're at Kaitai, as I was telling our YouTubers. Wish the airport was still here, but unfortunately it is not. Chaplacac is now the Hong Kong International Airport. Many of interesting arrivals occurred at this airport. Didn't happen often, but every now and then a wingtip would hit, an engine would hit. The famous checkerboard approach. Look it up on YouTube, folks. It would be behoove you to learn a little bit of the history of why ultimately it did need to move. There are other reasons, obviously, but that was one of them. They were lucky from inception to 2000 when they moved. No major crash. And boy, could they have had some. All right, also, folks, before we get rolling here, don't forget my friends over at Babbel. Got a great deal for you if you click on it. U.S. residents, 60% off. Subscription through them to learn a new language. This is your year. You're going to travel somewhere. You may want to learn the language so you don't say, I'm pregnant, to a future in-law instead of, sorry, I'm late. Great idea there, folks. So check them out, Babbel. We'll talk more. We got a 3-hour flight ahead, but don't forget my friends at Babbel. And by the way, if you do start a subscription, you are a U.S. resident, 60% off. You also help the stream out. So, all right. So we'll get back to Babbel. They're great. I think they are phenomenal. When I saw they offered me to come on board and help us, I couldn't think of a better company to help promote. All right, so we again, KITAC 747 from Felis. So hope you all enjoy. We were delayed. The problem I don't care what simulator you're in, this airport doesn't exist. You have to get an add-on. Even if you get the add-on, the databases for the nav data just don't recognize it. So you gotta kind of play this game called Fool the Sim, is what I call it. And set a flight plan up, from Sheplakak, VHHH, the new Hong Kong airport, and just fly to the first point. Then pick it up as best you can from there. That's about all you can do. Same thing inbound on the checkerboards. Set up a, your normal flight plan, except instead of putting the Kitec letters in of VHHX, put in VHH. And you can work it to where you'll, put in the data. It takes time, and that's what unfortunately got us here. I just couldn't catch up, folks. I was trying my best. It was just hard. And I'm still missing one fix, but that's okay. With the indulgence, ACC is heavy here, maybe. We'll see when we get rolling. And see if they'll grace us what we're going to plan. If not, well, we'll do the best we can. That's all we can do. All right. So here we are, folks. The Clipper, let's get inside. Should be about boarded right now. Let's see. Y'all notice it? Let's do it from the appropriate way. Folks, you know I love doing this. This is the way classic aircraft were flown back in the day. Minimum three-man crews. Some, before the 7-4, actually had four. They actually put a navigator over. They finally realized that's all he's doing. I throw him out the window. So out he went. Now they were down to three with the 7.2s and a lot of your first generation, to include the A330, I have found out. I'm sorry, A300. Sorry, my bad. Erase that. We're going through erasing that from the tape. No. And they flew through three-man crews. Reason being, there's a lot actually to do, and it's amazing they were able to take these long-range aircraft, because they had already done it with the short range, the 737, the DC-9s, to mention a couple, already went to two-man crews, so they could put more revenue behind them. Long haul had, hang on, let's do it properly, my bad, the pretty boys up front. They're the guys, you see when you walk on the plane, go, hey, Captain Stubing here, welcome aboard the Love Plane. Oh wait, that's a different show, never mind. They sat up front so that they could look good to the public. The pretty boys, as we call them, the captain and the co-pilot. The guy that made them the pretty boys is this guy, the flight engineer. And for good reason. I mean, look at this panel, folks. That's what he had to work with. And if you all are familiar with Bugs Bunny in any way, there was a famous cartoon he did where a bomber is diving to the ground. Big instrument panel, just like that in front of him, feet up on the desk, and he's reading How to Fly. That's because this is where all the work is done. This is what makes made you, I should say, in the back, comfortable, proper pressurization, and the airplane flew. They just made sure it went the right way sometimes. But all kidding aside, folks, they all work together. But this is it. I mean, you got your electrics, got your air conditioning, your pressurization, your hydraulics, your fire detection systems. I mean, he did it all. Fuel distribution, moving fuel back and forth. It's a delicate balance when you're flying these long transatlantic, trans-Pacific flights, transcontinental when you're going from Hong Kong, say, to London, that you gotta have the fuel just right, but then you start stepping your way up as the plane lightens up to get into the more favorable winds to extend what Boeing says you couldn't do. So, so yeah, this is the guy that did it all. So there's your flight engineer, and that's your three-man crew. Now, all kidding aside, before captains and first officers get all mad at me. Okay, rightly so. But anyway, they did do a lot, folks. Um, so, I joke with them that all they had was a wheel and some feet pedals to play with. Maybe even flying with Mike was on their little tablet in their seat. Oh, wait. They didn't have tablets back then. Well, it might have been on the stone tablet they had. But anyway, that was a three-man crew that it took to fly this plane, and we're going to do it with one. So, as you sign your NDA, as all the passengers who came on board this plane did, understand there's only one guy in the cockpit today. So, with all of that fun, folks, let's get going, shall we? Now, we've done a lot of the pre-flight. We're all set to go. The only things we have left to do, and I'm just going to check one of them. Second, if I can just get it to move. There we go. All right, the cargo doors are closed. So the cargo's on board. The jetways, this version, folks, you can find on X-Plane. It's free. Does not have nav aids. The checkerboard is present, but not a checkerboard. It's just a building they threw on the mountain. In real life, when this was flown, you literally, for 1-3, flew about where the new Hong Kong airport is, right up that bay area towards a mountain. On it was a checkerboard. It was the navigation aid for the today called LDA. Back then had a different name, VG something. And flew to it. You turned, just like at Reagan, you turn and ready to land. So that's why there were some fun things that occurred. All right. So where we're at right now, folks, looking over here on our tablet, we're going to be running with 326 people. We got 30,000 pounds of cargo, and they are all on board. So we are ready to go. Refuel, we have 119,323 pounds, all loaded up, ready to go. And just to kind of let you get a feel for what you're looking at here, this is the Felis aircraft version. Save that up here. 1.2.3.3. It may be 0.4. I couldn't understand the updates over at Felis. So I think I'm running 1.2.3.3, but it could be the last digit could be a 4. But because frame rates are as they are and the traffic levels here, if VATSIM's up, I may not go, because when you go below 20, VATSIM doesn't like you too much and likes to go, come on, you're out of here. So we'll kind of watch this before we come online. Okay, once you have your flight plan from SimBrief, which we'll get into in a minute, come here to the load calculator. And it is exactly that, folks. It calculates your numbers. Does not load, and I do not know if it will right here. I'll be honest, never tried it. Okay, so you'll come in, just select, your percentages. I always start at 75%, and then I just move them up with the mouse here. Okay. Up or down, I should say. And basically what I do the same thing with cargo. I start at 25% and see where we are zero fuel weight. All right, for this flight, before we pull it up, I'm going to let you know we're 20,000 pounds heavier than the zero fuel weight planned, which obviously means our takeoff weight on my paper here is a lot worse or heavier by about, actually, oh, there it is. Yeah, it's heavier by about 40,000 pounds. So basically, how airlines, when dereg happened, would still fill them up with people, but the underbelly, they went to fill up with as much cargo as possible, pay for the flight, and then we peons that filled all the seats in the plane, well, that was profit. Little harder today. All right, so 1,500-mile trip, roughly at 33,000 feet. We got a tailwind of about 10 knots. We'll get into where our alternate is at 200 miles away. We got a contingency of 5% and a taxi fuel of 20. You can see what all of that resulted here. You take this, okay, then you go back to the home page, payload, hit your load data sheet. You'll get your numbers. You can either board it or instant board and load. Same thing with fuel. Click use data sheet. I've tried this once, and it didn't load in right. So from then on, I just started hitting instant refuel. But it will take time, folks. It will literally, because think about it. You're putting in 119,000 pounds of fuel. Do you think it's going to go in 5 minutes? 5 seconds? No, unless you do instant. In the real world, that's why they're usually about 2 to 3 hour turnarounds. Takes time to service the plane, get it ready for wherever it goes next. All right, so with all of that information, oops, wrong button. Let's get Sim Toolkit in here, and let's take it from there, shall we? Now, I use this free application, Sim Toolkit. I recommend it to you all. But Volanta's just as good in this application portion. I like the landing results and information it gets. It helps me to figure out what am I doing wrong before I look at the video. X-Plane 11, the video always works. And X-Plane 12, they're still working it. It's still oh, excuse me, still kinks. So every now and then, as we saw yesterday, we get a crash to desktop. It's a roll of the dice. Sometimes it'll work, sometimes it won't. But anyway, here is our departure. Now, the funny thing is, SimBrief recognizes KITAC. The Sim does not. SkyVector does not. So, interesting balance, like I said, when it comes to flying. SkyVector, if you're not familiar with it, folks, if you fly in the US, this is where your charts are. Go here, say Denver, highlights, and look at that. You get all those charts. This is free, folks. If you're going to stay US based only, don't get NavGraph charts. If you're going to go abroad, get NavGraph charts to get charts. All right, so, but you can't put here's what happens. Oh, look, invalid airport, but we are going to a valid one. So, lie to it. Boom. And there's our route. And then let me bring in the route we're going to actually try to fly. Got one kink in the matter. So then I bring this in. I've done it on another page. That's why. So you get this little guy right here, a lat lawn cord. If you know how to put it into the FMC, boom, you're done. If not, either go direct to your next fixed or figure it out. But basically, that's how I do it. So when you zoom down here, it's actually showing me coming out of here instead of here. Okay. Same thing with NavGraph charts. It does not recognize KITAC. So again, you're basically kind of lying to it. I never thought about this. Can I actually...
You love me! You really love me!
Hawker 125, welcome
Hawker 125 just subscribed for 26 months. Woo.
Resubscribed in here. Welcome in, mister. Hope everything at the FAA is going well for you. But basically, folks, that's how you do this. I'm trying to see if I can't add. Ooh, can. So we'll go TD. I'm pretty sure that won't fit in there, but just do that. At least we'll have that. That's more than likely what we're going to fly. Again, I can't do any approaches or departures out of an airport it doesn't have in its database. So we'll kind of skip over that. But we do have Singapore, and we do have a valid rival into it, the ELAL 1 Bravo, and so you should be good to go. Okay, folks, we'll be right back. We're going to get into the pre-brief and get this bird going. Commercial break, so we'll be right back. YouTubers, we'll keep talking to you while they're out in La La Land with commercials. Glad you're here. Again, if you want to be a part of the stream when we're live, we only go live on Twitch. Mainly because I have a hard enough time going live on Twitch. I haven't figured out YouTube yet. And I don't know. I get a feeling Twitch is maybe the better place than going live, but I do see a lot of people live over. So we're thinking about it. We constantly think about it. But thank you so much, those of you over here. I mean, unbelievable support over YouTube world. So I didn't want to miss out the opportunity here to thank you. Also, subscribers to Twitch for the Flying with Mike stream. You're seeing us as well too. Thank you. Thank you. As Mr. Hawker125 happens to be a moderator as well for the channel. Has done resubscribing for 26 months. Woohoo is definitely correct. So welcome in all, and our Twitchers should be back in about 30 seconds, and we'll do a pretty rapid fire go here. I really can't show the departure we're doing. It's actually pretty simple. So we'll walk you through it real quick here. So they should be joining us here in about 5 seconds. So once we have Twitch back in, we'll, as I just said, we'll get back and rolling. All right, welcome back, folks, from the break. We're sitting again in Kaitak. We're going to be flying a departure that's very simple. We're basically going to take off runway 13 to VORTH to affix whiskey. Now, this fix is I can't find it. I'll be totally honest. EPD14 and then on our way. So that is this portion of it, folks. Now, ATIS, again, we can't get anything from there. We would have to get our weather out of Hong Kong International and or off of Simaware. Now, Simaware, as of, I don't know what time this was, we're saying, lost my airport. Oh. Oh, there it is. No, that's interesting. There we go. Runway 13, winds 090 and their variable 60 to 160 degrees, visibility more than 10 miles, and I just lost it. And we have no ETC right now. Ah, go figure. See if I can pull it here still. Nope, can't. So we're looking good, folks. Yeah, a little rain and all will dodge here. But we've got a good takeoff. From whiskey out to here, that's it, folks, for the EPD1 Alpha departure. Okay, real simple. Like I said, more than likely, if ATC were up, we would just go direct, and we may just do it just to get going. All right, loadout again. The loads here, we're running with 326 people. We're running with a little bit more cargo than this, so the numbers are a little higher, but we are going to do Mach 85, and we're going to fly at 33,000. Okay, so there you go, folks. That wraps up the pre-brief. Let's go. All right, and to do that, back over here, go to ground. Okay, cargo doors are closed. They'd look just like this, green. Close up door 1. Now, one thing you can do here, I'm actually going to do it now because it's just easier to do. I have to get my chart up. The thing is, I don't remember how long the runway is. May have to use some toolkit. 9490, so we'll call it 9500. We are like 15 feet, so you can see it's going to be 0, heading 40, I think is what we'll actually be doing. Bear with me. Yeah, 14. That's runway heading, by the way. Okay. Slope, using Sim Toolkit again. No slope. And outside. All right, let's go with 30 degrees Celsius. $2971. Okay. The 090. Think it said 6. Yeah. Going again off the other. All right, so there you go. You got your airport data in, your read from here, and this will give us with flaps 10, 133 for V1, 140 for rotate, 154 V2. And then these are our where the speed bugs will be set up when we click here. Stave will be 3.4 units, initial pitch up 16 degrees, optimum climb after 10,000. After 10,000, folks, 307. I can hear y'all go, well, you can fly faster if you want. That's only if ATC lets you. And yes, there is no ETC, but that is actually after 10,000 feet, folks. So we're going to actually get a pretty good run here. Felis, I think, has been listening to me. That actually looks a little better, sir. Awesome. That is great. Now we're starting to get up what I'm used to seeing these birds running. Let's see what 10 does, 20 does. Yep, I'm liking it. So awesome, sir. So let's click set to speed bugs. And if you'll now see them in those positions for V1, V2 and our flap settings. Flap up was 227. That's awesome too. Good deal. I love it. Felis is looking much. Oh, this is awesome. Hang on. You know what? Let's get over here. And do. Bear with me one, folks. I'm going to advertise over their site. In case anyone wants to critique me. I got to change that. But anyway. Bear with me. Give me 1 second, folks. Hopefully we won't hit a commercial break. All right, that ought to help. That's awesome. That is awesome, Felis. Thank you so much for that. I feel better now that the takeoff distances are well. All right, so we're ready to go. We're doing a little advertising with them. And I think we're ready to light this popsicle stand. All right. All right, so one thing that comes with the aircraft are checklists. You saw them. Let's start them. And it'll tell us what we've missed.
Before start checklist, please. Gear lever and lights. Down and check. Brakes. Parked. Start levers. Off. Radios. On and check. Flight control hydraulic power. On. INS. Damn.
Oh, I know what I got to do. I'll show you what's up. Now, we're not running with INS. We are not running with it. There's a long story to go with it. We can talk in flight about it. We're going to just monitor that. Let's go up here. However, you're still aligning.
Check in nav. Compasses. Slaved. Window heat. On. Seatbelts and no smoking. On. Emergency lights. Armed. Exterior lights.
Okay. When they run this checklist, folks,
Check.
we're ready to go.
Flight instruments. Check. Altimeters and clocks. 1006 set and cross check. Radio INS switches. Radio. Radar and transponder. Standby. Indicator lights. Check. Engine and wing anti-ice. Off. Stall warning. Check. Mach airspeed warning. Check. Auto brakes. Check and off. Body gear steering. Arm. Anti-skid. On. Autopilot and flight director. Check and off. Takeoff warning. Damn. Check. Auto flight enunciators. Check. GPWS. Check. Instrument warning. Check. Flight director computer selectors. Check. Instrument source selectors. Normal. Reserve brake valve. Closed. Spoilers. Down. Static selectors. Normal. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. Brake pressure. Check. Stabilizer trim. Check and on. Rudder and aileron trim. Check. Checklist completed.
All right, folks, bear with me a second, because if I don't do this, I will forget. I'm getting the ACAR system set up for Pan Am Virtual. And search. Load. Go. All right, so we're up and running with that. All right, now the things we, again, remember, because the next one, same thing. We're not fully ready to push back in my book. In this book, they would be. So let's do this.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. On behalf of the entire crew, welcome aboard the Boeing 747 Classic. We will depart shortly after we have our clearance and the cabin crew is finished with their preparations. For now, I wish you a pleasant flight, and I will be back during the flight with further flight information.
Okay, get that part over with. All right, so let's go ahead and work now the flight engineer's side.
Battery on. APU panel. Check. Auxiliary power. Check. Engine oil quantity. Check. Fuel quantity. 119,323 pounds. Fuel panel. Wait.
All right. Fuel panel is meaning they're ready to push back again. Hang on, I'm firing up the EPU so we can get off external power. Yeah, let's stay off the bleed for just a second. Now, PU, not gens. Let's see. Now they say I should be able to check things here. Nope. Okay, let me close off the top. Now let's try. Okay, then we can close the bottom. Now we're off ground power, on APU power internal, and go to bleed. And we're set there. Give me a second here, folks. I'm going to go over here, disconnect ground power.
Cockpit to ground. Disconnect ground power.
Ground power disconnected. Check and set. Pressurization controls. Check and set. Bleed controls. Wait. Check and set. Hydraulic quantity. Check. EPR computer. Wait.
Okay, this is one. Let me show you this bigger. EPR computer, they want it in go around. Okay, down here is your computer itself. All right, you have takeoff. Now, this is not top of descent, folks. This is takeoff dry. Continuous, climb, cruise, go around. This is where they wanted it. Takeoff dry is what I like to run it in. So, and that's what a lot of other, and I get this from other video guys. I'll be totally honest. It's not something I have a little knowledge on, but not enough to understand how to relate it to you all. So I just go by what the other streamers do. So what we'll do is, since we're going to keep it TOD dry, we'll just check.
Circuit breakers. Check. Indicator lights. Check. Electrical panel. Check and set. Air conditioning controls. Wait.
Okay, they're just, again, we're ready for pushback, so they're wanting me to go click, click, click.
Check and set. Fire control and wing overheat panels. Check and set. Equipment cooling. Check. Passenger oxygen. Check. Hydraulic panel. Check and set. Fuel jettison panel. Check. Crew oxygen. On. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. ADPs. Off. Checklist completed.
Okay, as you can tell here, folks, next up is after we start. So we are now ready to go. And with that, let me go ahead. I'm going to bring Sim Toolkit up on my side so I can get a flight plan in here. Sometimes it takes forever. Okay, I know that's not correct, my equipment listing, but it'll go. Our alternate today, if you want to look it up, is WMKD. Actually not sure what that, whoa, it's a Kuntan Air Force Base. I didn't know we had one in Malaysia. Yesterday, if I'd have flown it, would have been Kuala Lumpur. So I don't know how that got pulled as an alternate, but there you go, folks. And we're definitely going to make 1655, being it's already Let's go 1735. And I'm sorry, I am not. There we go. I'm not going to have all those altitudes in there because I guarantee you I'll blow through them. But we are PAA. We are going to be Class D and AK. And let's go with 1 hub. All right, let's file it. Just checking one other site. There we go. We're up. And let's get VATSIM roll. All right, we're coming online now, folks. As soon as we come out of the ad break, YouTubers, we'll commence pushback. You'll get to get us planning it.
Hey, Captain, let me know where you want this thing. Great news, Captain. Your tow's coming.
All right, we'll talk about that. Welcome back, Twitchers. We just got our pushback tug lined up. We're on VATSIM. Let's get our flight directors all turned on. Got 6. Go right there. So that gives me a target of where to go. All right.
All right. Looks like the doors and hatches are closed and we're ready to connect.
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
Chocks removed.
Just basically waiting on him. And I want to set...
Welcome aboard, Captain. Tow's connected, bypass pins inserted. Go ahead and kill the parking brake when you're ready to go.
All right, folks, you heard him. We're ready to go. Starting the aircraft up. Now we'll put the beacon on.
Cabin crew, arm slides.
What you're looking for here, folks, is that we're over 30, if not over 40, just so you have as much air to start this plane as possible. And then I'm going to show you a neat little thing about this plane.
All doors are closed and armed. I wish you welcome aboard.
You can turn things down here. That way you can hear them if you want. You can also do the same when you get that obnoxious guy that thinks he has to be heard 10 states away. You can turn him down too. All right, so we're ready to push. Lights are set. I find it best to just do it here.
Brake released.
Here comes the pushback. Light them up.
All right, and here we go. To start this bird, we'll do it this way for the first two. You know what? It helps to get the start valve on.
Start the engine.
Ready for engine start.
Wait a minute. Hang on, what am I forgetting? Oh, I was going to flight start, not...
Starting engine 3.
Starter valve open.
Okay, as soon as you get starter valve open, you see that. Now I'll switch, to this view, because then I can watch N2 over here. Building... Well, he's going to tell you as well. Heck is it?
20% and 2.
Like I said, he'll tell you anyway.
Fuel on. Light up.
Heck, oh, top gauge. There it is.
Engine stabilized.
Okay, now, if you don't hear that, folks, two things have either happened. One, something's wrong. Two, check which aircraft. If you haven't checked the box in X-Plane 12 that gets rid of the older versions, like X-Plane 11, you clicked the wrong airplane. So go up to that box. Here, it looks... Let me get stopped. Well... And you check the box and they disappear so that only X-Plane 12 shows. And it saves...
Just about done here. Go ahead and set your parking brake.
Saves a lot of heartache, folks.
Parking brake set.
Alright, let's get the
And we're
rest started.
disconnecting the tow. Give me just a moment.
Starting engine 4.
And we're going to start 1 and 2 together. Top gauge. So when it reaches 20, folks, they'll tell you 20%.
%, and 2.
Okay, fuel on.
Fuel on. Light up.
Again, engine stabilized.
Starter off.
And we're disconnected. Signal and pin on the right. Take it easy and have a safe flight.
Engine stabilized.
Okay, let's head over here to see our pen. Perfect. And what I'll do, since he may or may not see us up here, I'll just let him get the lights that way. All right, let's get 1 and 2 going. Again, we're using system 2s.
Starting engine 1.
Starter valve open.
Okay. I told you you can do 2
Starting
engines.
engine 2.
Starter valve open.
Okay. So you'll start them fuel same way. He won't tell you engine 1 20%. You just got to know you started with engine 1. But yes, in the real world, folks, they used to do this to save time so other aircraft
and 2.
could push back.
Fuel on. Lights up.
20% and 2.
Fuel on. Lights up.
So all 4 engines,
Starter off.
you're going to need 2 stabilizers.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
1 more.
Engine stabilized.
Okay, got them all on. Let's go over here real quick, get them on. All right. Turn the EPU off. We're still on here. Let's get these people getting comfortable again. Everything's still. All right. Okay, we left off with, if you remember right, folks, after start. Let's take a look at it real quick. Flight recorder, start switches are off. Brake beacon lights, brake pressure, start levers, anti-ice pack valves, door warning, hydraulic panel. We're set that far. So what I'm going to do, let's go up here. Let's go ahead and get the pitot heat on. We don't need any of the...
Cabin crew, take your seats.
Okay, and we'll talk about this in a minute. Also, was pointing this out. Notice on the auto brake, no takeoff, reject, or anything like that. You don't set it to max or anything. You just gonna have to apply it. We will get that turned off. All right, so let's do it. I think we have it all.
After start checklist.
Flight recorder.
On.
Start switches.
Off.
Beacon lights.
On.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Start levers.
Idle detent.
Engine and the ice.
Off.
Electrical panel. This.
Oh, I know what I forgot.
Check. Pack valves. Open. Dual warning lights. Out. Hydraulic panel. Check. Flight recorder. On. After start checklist completed.
Okay, let's go right into taxi.
Taxi checklist, please.
Flaps.
Hold on. Flaps 10.
Flaps 10.
Flaps 10.
Takeoff data. EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Stabilizer trim.
Set in green band.
Probe heat.
On.
Flight controls.
Damn. Check.
Yaw dampers.
Check.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
Check.
APU. Off. Fuel heat. Off. Totalizer and gross weight. Set. Flight engineer and pilot panels. Check. Aft cargo heat. This. Normal. Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Taxi checklist completed.
All right, so cabin alert, transponder ignition will be ready to go. Pack valves closed, pressure. That'll be for takeoff. Fuel boost on, crossfeed set. Let's go. Let's see how our pumps look. All right, so we're pretty well set for takeoff on those. Let's do it.
Parking brake released.
SkyTac traffic, Clipper 2-1 heavy departing or taxiing 1-3. Could be loud, folks, going outside. All right, folks, give you a little flavor of what we got here for a plane. As we work our way out. A little over 3-hour flight time. Okay, let's start the checklist and we'll work it as we go. First thing I do know, let's get up here.
Cabin ready.
Before takeoff checklist.
Icing considerations.
Check.
Cabin alert.
Check.
Transponder.
Check.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Body gear steering.
Okay, we're gonna skip this and I'll get it when we're on the
Back
runway.
valves. Let's see.
I'll go ahead and close those. Anyway, the body gear steering, folks, that's what helps us turn tightly on the airfield. But we'll go ahead and start.
Closed. Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Fuel boost pumps. On. Cross feed valves. Check. Before takeoff checklist completed.
All right, folks, we're ready to go. No, it took us a while, but we got here. Let's do it. SkyTac traffic, Clipper 2-1, departing 1-3. Let me get out here. Okay, pay attention mainly to this gear in a minute. Give it a little pump here. Now watch them. See how they're turning with the turn? Helps with the radius and wear and tear on the tires. You don't want that once you're going. I mean, you could, I guess. It won't hurt it, my opinion. Of course, the real guys say, oh yeah, it'll hurt it. Might be able to see it really well here. Okay, and if you're in the cockpit, they'll actually be lighting up right here. I'm sorry. Oh, where are they? Doggone it. Oh, right here. I was close. Right here, the body gear steering. Okay, so let's reach up. Shut it down. Next. Okay, so after takeoff, gear up, landing lights, ignition will keep on. Pack valves can be open, heat valve to auto. Okay, cleared for takeoff. Landing lights. Okay, everything's set. Timer on. Here we go. Brake set.
Stabilized. Thrust set.
Okay, speed's alive. Match.
V1, rotate. Positive rate. Gear up. Gears up.
Okay, I am going to use a little thing here. Turn that on. Go to takeoff.
Flaps 1.
Okay. Used to the 727 again, folks. Sorry about that.
Flaps up.
Okay, let's get those packs on. Fuel heats to auto. All right, so it doesn't matter what I set now here, folks. We're set to maintain wherever my needle is at. And then
Down to level off.
go ahead and take her on up to 9,000. Actually, oh what? There. Okay, and there we go. All right, and 9,000, so we're going to come back to VS.
10,000.
Going to set 1,000 foot a minute climb and take us up to 307. And I'm going to go ahead and come down here and put us in climb. All right, there you go, folks. We're through 10,000, so the lights can come off. And let's go ahead and run it.
After takeoff checklist.
Gear lever.
Oh,
Off.
Landing and logo lights.
Hold on. Off.
Ignition.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking sign.
Check.
Pack valves. Open. Fuel heat. Auto. After takeoff checklist completed.
okay, and we're back in and going. Huh, interesting. Moderator just chimed in. We'll hold that tight. Folks, it probably will hit the news here soon, so you'll get it that way. But yeah. All right, folks, we're turning on course. Let me see. We are not heading to that fix that I showed you. We're going straight to EPDOS and continuing our climb. We're through, by the way, transition. So up. There we go. So, but anyway, folks, we're on our way. And that was actually a pretty decent, for a long, well, couple of weeks not flying. Not bad with it. Fuel-wise, we look good. And pressurization looks good. We're on. And we're set. That is correct, Hawker 125. We did indeed fly last week on vacation. Piper Arrow. And it was fun. I will admit, it was a lot of fun. Alright, so we'll go ahead and switch into INS. Alright, and just want to verify here with Similware. Okay, and I am tracking. We got no takers today to follow us with flying with Mike. That's okay. But yeah, we did take a flight in Piper Arrow. Compliments of my uncle. Again, thank you, sir, so much. That was just awesome day behind the stick. correction, I guess I should say it correctly, behind the wheel or yoke. But yeah, we logged about a half hour of time. So, all right, we are on our way through 18,000. Let's see if there's anything up here we can go ahead and turn the wing lights off. We'll go ahead and keep the logos off now. All right, there you go, folks. 747's airborne. Took about an hour, which would have been about the time I planned had I gotten started earlier. But the trick with this plane, folks, especially out of places like Kaitak that aren't recognized in the sim. So what do I mean by that? Now, if you are flying INS, which instead of FMCs up here, you'd have 2 more of these up there. Plug in the coordinates, you got your airport, you can fly it that way. But if you're going to use the FMC, you got to kind of trick it. And like I said, start with, like in this case, find an airport nearby. In this case, we just use VHHH. You could have used the other one, I forget the one UPS. Oh, excuse me, goes to. But anyone. But then your first fix on your SID, just start putting them in. Worst case scenario, you may have to put in lat lons. Again, INS, that's easy. FMC can be tricky unless you know how to do it, and I didn't. That's where I was running into trouble. So that's where the delay came in and getting started. So that's why I've decided to just go doink. We'll just cut off that little sliver and head straight to EPDOS. And then rejoin the route all the way down, because obviously Singapore is known. So, same thing coming in if you're wanting to fly the checkerboard. Couple of ways to do it. Now, there's the obvious one. The, what do they call it? Bear with me. I'll be on it in a second. IGS. And don't ask me what the IGS stands for, because I have no idea. To me, it's like an LDA. You fly about, what is that? Anyway, you're going to fly a heading of 088, okay? From basically about where Choplacock is right now. You're going to fly straight towards a mountain. There's a little box there, which is actually the instrumentation for the LDA, as I'll call it, back then IGS, okay? And you're going to fly the approach per the chart. Then you're going to turn. You do the math to heading 136, about a 50-degree turn for the runway, and you're going to line up and land. Think of it like Reagan National, Juneau. Those are 2 that come right to my mind. Not as steep a turn, but you're turning to land. The localizer is displaced, because if you did, you'd fly over all the monuments in DC and so forth. And get a nice escort for landing. You can sit there and go, look how bigwig I am. The military's escorting me in. Yeah, that's what they're doing, all right. But anyway, and again, you just fool it by saying you're going to VHH, but you put in the fixes as best you can for the approach. The NDBs, oddly enough, I believe are all in place. So you have those. And the site that I work with for charting is this one, folks. And it's IVAO. I know, we're on VATSIM flying with Mike. Come on, don't take us over to IVAO. Folks, they got a great chart. It works. Go for it. So, and I enjoy it. I mean, it's fun to fly. They also have one where you come up over CH NDB, I'm sorry, VOR, Those of you familiar with Hong Kong's approaches know CH is one of the initials. And you just fly up, meet it, and come down. So either way, folks, it's fun. And the scenery I have is equally added to it to make it that much better for you. And you can get that scenery for those getting ready to go, well, where'd you get it? I could hear you out there, folks. It's right there. And I'm going to tell you, it's not the greatest, but it's not the worst. All right, let's get back to flying here, shall we, instead of chit-chatting. Now, 0.85 is where we're aiming for on the Mach number up here, 0.85. So around, we'll start really paying more attention here at about 28,000 or so, 29, see where we are. And what we're going to basically do, be better. Just watched my landing in Harrisburg yesterday on YouTube. I fly out of Middletown to Atlanta for work. Used to fly the the MD-80. Now you're going to fly a 717. Nice. So that's what I saw. Where did I see that? I think it was Baltimore now. When we went in, came out Saturday, I thought that was an MD-88, but it might have been a 717. Oh, that's awesome. I will warn you, DB, I do not plan to fly a Caravan into Harrisburg tomorrow. So you should be safe. I won't blow any tires. Well, that's awesome. Yeah, Harrisburg's a neat little airport. Here's an interesting factoid, and I'm going to check with Allegiant tomorrow. Lancaster, PA. Now, they have an airport. They were telling me they're going to start commercial airlines out of there, and Allegiant's one of them. I'm kind of curious, will Allegiant still fly Middletown, or are they going to transfer to Lancaster everything? So I'm kind of curious how that's all going to play out. Yeah, Lancaster, PA is supposed to come online with Allegiant. So my relatives back there told me. Interesting. I've never actually flown out of Lancaster, so. I saw DB chime in here. It was a dicey landing. Yeah, no, where the problem with me and the Caravan comes in and a couple of others, it's very squirrely on the ground at speeds, especially like the Caravan. Now that torque and all I know is working hard at it, but I've got to figure out the response curves to kind of help balance that better. So when I land, I'm not all of a sudden so squirrely that I slide off, like I did. So, and we did save it better up in Williamsport, spoiler alert. But anyway, ooh, look at this, folks. We are in 06 beta 6. Wow, this is really starting to take shape here. Some really nice clouds. Everyone's protesting. Oh, well, if Allegiant comes, they're going to be getting, well, they could get 737s when they start getting those Maxes, but they'll be getting Airbuses. Oh, they must like Airbus there. No. Let's go outside. That is actually not bad. Boy, the clouds have really. Yeah, my parents live over in Elizabethtown, and my sister up in Shermansdale, north and west of the city of Harrisburg. So that is awesome. Yeah, we were out there for a week, most of the week last week. All right, folks, those of you on Twitch, we'll catch you in a couple of minutes. Rest of y'all, enjoy the ride as I start tweaking us to go into Mach. Our, instead of indicated airspeed, let's see. A little more. All right, folks. Just watching the Mach number. And what we're going to be doing is when it gets closer to 8.5, we're going to switch into Mach over here for how it governs up and down. And adjust speeds on the dial here to maintain. Almost there, folks. Just waiting to get to 0.85 or in that vicinity, and then I will adjust our AT auto throttle speed and see if we can't better manage this. Coming up on 8.4. You can tell everything's pushing as hard as it can right now.
Level off.
heck, it might automatically trigger back to off before we hit 8.5. Here it comes. All right, we went through, and I know why. Doggone it. Hang on. Okay, let's make sure we firm up. Okay, there we go, folks. We're leveled off at 33,000. Altitude holds on. That was my bad. Forgot to turn on altitude select. And we're firming up on 0.85. We are in cruise, folks. And guess what? There is no checklist for that, except for descent. So let's go over here. Let's go to map. And let's kind of zoom it down. That ought to be good. And we're doing pretty good on frame rates right now, so that's cool. All right, folks, we're in cruise. I hope y'all are enjoying the ride. It's been a pleasure. Taking us about an hour and 39 minutes from the start of the stream to this point. From takeoff to this point, just under 30 minutes. So let me get up here and give you an idea of the stats of the aircraft. Pan Am Virtual, folks. That's who we're flying for today. Check them out, folks. You know, if you're into historic airlines, you know, this is one of those granddaddy airlines. Goes way back. And very instrumental in the early years of regulation airline flying. Just broke lots of barriers between their famous Clipper aircraft, propeller seaplanes that flew the Pacific, to what would become the later Clippers, the jet age. Just set the stage, folks, and Pan Am Virtual is doing their best to recreate that. Some different timetables are in place for different routings, but overall they're trying their best with what's available for us simmers to give us a great flavor of Pan Am. I'm a TWA guy personally because I live here in St. Louis, home of TWA. Also home to Ozark. When those two merged, a lot of people wondered why. They just thought TWA was getting greedy. But deregulation, folks, is really the death nail that hit so many of the quote legacy airlines, being Pan Am, TWA, would eventually succumb, along with Continental, Northwest, and Western. These are all those airlines prior to deregulation in the late 70s, early 80s. By that I mean, when you were before that time frame, heck, you could fly a 747 from O'Hare to Baltimore. Today, that's like, what? You're not going to put 3 to 4 to 500 people on it to make any money. Back then, yeah, taken care of. Now, I can say this in deregulated times. Far East out here, oh, it's amazing. Just about every flight is heavy, and they load them. Folks, they fly full. Now, they still have 737s and Airbuses and so forth, but folks, it's amazing the air travel that goes on out here. So, maybe it could have still worked, but in the long run, as we all know, Pan Am didn't make it. Northwest, Continental, Northwest for some other reasons, they ended up either not making it or getting gobbled, uh, like they did Northwest with Delta, TWA to Atlanta, American. But of most of the legacy airlines, they're one of the few that did cross the Millennium line. Pan Am, no, just didn't have domestic routing to help support the international supremacy they had. So, but anyway, check them out, folks. Got the link up there for you. If you need it, it's also in the title down at the bottom. All right, we have, looks like about 2 hours, and we'll call it 21 minutes to go. And we're just going to keep it on autopilot and throw some music your way and just kind of enjoy hump day today, folks. You made it halfway through the week. So enjoy some music. All right, folks, we're back with you. What happened to my music? Huh, that got awful quiet. All right, folks, we're back with you. Thanks for the indulgence there. Let me take a little break, stretch the chicken legs here, and all of that good stuff. I'm gonna play something for you. You all may or may not know this is out there. Bear with me as I try to do a better job queuing it up. Still learning this thing called YouTube Shorts. Alright, I don't know how to pull these shorts up. Well, we'll try something here. I guess that is how I'm gonna have to do it. Okay. All right, give me a second here to queue this up. Okay. I love when I screw up like that. Alrighty. Hang on a second, let me see here. Alright, well, since you saw most of it already, let me go ahead and bring it in. You can find this on YouTube, folks. Either at Flying with Mike or on YouTube somehow, however you search shorts to find it. But it's my very first short that I ever did, and there you go, folks. All right, let's do that. So yeah, that's what we did last week up over in New Jersey, over by Bloomsbury, 70 East, Easton. I'm trying to think of other towns people may know over there, like DB. And yeah, we had a blast. Actually, that was flying with Mike real time in the real world in a real airplane. And I did not blow tires, folks. And we did not do a sliding turn. Actually, that was my uncle landing. But yeah, we did do some flying, getting back, getting reacclimated inside. Fun time. Wife got to fly. Though it was just fun day all around, like I said. So what a day it was. So like I said, head over to YouTube. It's in the shorts. Um, so like I said, I have no idea how to search it. You watched me. Yeah, I have no clue. So Um, and that's why, folks, we're not live on YouTube. We're just still trying to learn our ways around it and acclimate that way. All right, so we got 2 hours to go here, folks, to Singapore. And some weather we're bouncing through here. Let me look at something offline. See how this looks once we... Okay, let me bring Sim Toolkit in. Again, a free utility. And Volanta does this too, folks. So it's not, they're both equally good at what they do in this case. Where I think Sim Toolkit's a little better is how it can help you with letting you know how you're landing, how your headings and all were, plus show you where you touch down on the runway. But beyond that, folks, they're pretty much the same. But I do like their live map, which is what we're looking at here. You can see where I cut off that little turn there. And we're just heading right now down towards Vietnam and then on down to Singapore, a little further down here. And what both of those services will show you, folks, the green or whatever color they are in Volanta, that's your VATSIM aircraft. Obviously, this blue one's us, but if there were like, I think it's dark blue. Where is it? Sim Toolkit. Okay, light blue. Lighter this. There's your color. There's the blue you would look for. They would be there. I'm going to mute so my wife can take a business call. Disregard. They went away. They must have known I was going to do something. So, but yeah, when she takes a business call, folks, I do go mute. So, but anyway, we're out over here in the Indochina Sea, I think it is. I'm not sure what it's called, but we'll make it up. I just made up a new word. So, going from Hong Kong to Singapore. You can see the weather all around us, and it seems to be depicting pretty well out the windscreen. So. All right, folks, I am going to go mute here. I don't know if it's going to be up to potentially 15, 20 minutes while my wife has a business call with a higher up at where she works. So enjoy the ride, folks. We'll get the music rolling here again and enjoy. Alright folks, that meeting just wrapped up, and so welcome in. We are great today. Thank you for the indulgence folks while she had that meeting. We share the office here. It's just not flying with Mike in here. It is a shared office, so we have to respect everyone. So anyway, while we're on this, we are 1 hour 20-ish minutes out of Singapore, over the country of Vietnam, and we're on our way. And recapping a few people, if you all weren't following in the chat, we had Int'l check in, and yes, we're having a great day. We were late to the party too. We planned it to start at 11 Central, ended up at about 11:30 because I was trying to work something to make the flight plan work. Jarhead 0514 loves the weather here in Active Sky. Asked if we're on Active Sky XP. No, not yet. Still trying to determine if it's like the Active Sky that I knew. And many of you may not have ever seen this version of Flight Sim, but Microsoft's Century of Flight. Basically 2004. So, and it was impressive back then. Boy, did I love it. But I'm just not getting that warm and fuzzy when I read their website to pull the trigger on it. The hurricane simulations were just off the chart, folks. Outstanding. And just not sure if it's up to that level anymore. So we'll do some more investigative work, and who knows. With Sim Air Force, I would fly the Herc like the real Air Force Hunters right in, and boy, was it unreal. Just amazing what it did to the flight sim way back when. So, but for now, pretty much you're looking at default weather. Here, let's get outside. Kind of clear skies right now. And, you know, for areas that are probably lacking in weather, I even turned the volume down, and it sure sounds like I did. There we go. Now let's take a look at this view with Sim Toolkit. See, we got here, let me show you. All right, we are right here, and you can see there looks like a pretty good storm right in the area here. Let's go ahead and pull it away. Should be right here, and you know, it just isn't showing up. Now the next important thing to look at, though, with Sim Toolkit, we can do it. Let's pull in Sky Vector. And we do have Cam Ranh Bay, so, and it's showing pretty decently. So whatever weather is, am I set up for weather here? Yeah, so the radar, if there is radar that Sky Vector works off of, we would see it, but it looks like there isn't. And the closest SIGs are north of us, so don't know. Don't know who's right, who's wrong. But according to Sim Toolkit, there should be a storm right in the Cam Ranh Bay area. So, I mean, we get some signs of some stuff out here, but it's just hit or miss. And the radar in the aircraft wasn't picking anything up. I mean, it's virtually clear skies. And Hawker, I have not seen rain in the last couple of flights, so that's a first. We haven't seen any rain. So hopefully that stops. I mean, it got ridiculous. Clear skies, it was raining. Really? Oh well. So we're on our way, folks. An hour and call it 20 minutes. We'll be in Singapore. We take a second here before the commercial break. Folks, down in the bottom, I'm going to give you another commercial, but this one's, to me, important. One, we're being sponsored by them right now, so I'd love you all to check them out. Babbel. Have you all seen that commercial on TV where the young lady comes up to the in-laws and she meant to say in her mother-in-law's language, sorry for being late, or very close to those words, but what comes out to say, I'm pregnant. Pretty embarrassing. Actually very embarrassing. And there's a couple of other commercials very similar. You know, we come up to people, we think we're doing our best in their language, and we mess up the way we pronounce it, the way we think it's said, or the word we're trying to use, and it just completely wrong. Babbel, folks, is the folks that help you out here. If you are getting ready to travel abroad, folks, they're a great place to go to learn a language. The language you're going to, or heck, if you're just one of those people that, hey, I'd like to learn Spanish, or German, or Mandarin, or Portuguese, or pick a language, you know, they're the ones to help you. In 3 weeks, folks, their leading teams can lead you through beginning to speak that language conversationally. That's more important than learning it word by word by word. Learning how to take what we would say and say it in a conversation in their language, like they talk. That's important, folks. Not, you know, by what I'm trying to say is you get into the car and you go, I want to go to the Hotel Shangri-La, let's just say. Well, there's, you know, working through it in a conversational way, it makes it easier to learn the language, so you can tell the cabbie, hey, I want to go to this hotel. Check them out, folks. Babbel. 60% off if you click the icon there on the screen, use the code, and you're a U.S. resident. 60% off your subscription, and you're also helping the stream out as well, as we get some money for the sponsorship. So again, Babbel, folks, if you're looking to learn a new language for travel, or just for, you know, hey, always wanted to know how to speak Spanish or whatever, check them out, folks. Babbel. It's very simple. Click the link, use the promo code, and get 60% off if you're here in the United States. So, all right, folks, and we're only going to be doing this for about another day or two at the most, folks. So if you're wanting to take advantage of this, now is the time. So, all right, we're back on it, and hour away. We'll start working on the arrival brief here momentarily. So let me pop in the pit here, take a look at a couple things. About 600 miles out of our destination, and that's because we haven't put the arrival in yet. Speaking of which, let's do that much right now. Okay, we're going to bring up first. Well, let me bring up. Let's see if we can do this together. For the most part, we can, without having to do too much resizing. All right, so we're going to put in our arrival here. Okay, first off, let's click NavGraph down here, and folks, if you fly outside the country on the sim, this is I would almost say it's worth the money. It's not much. additional to keeping your sim up to date, since both sims now, be it the great side of X-Plane or the dark side of that other one, they both are updatable nav datas inside the sims. Hang on a second. Welcome in, Bad Attitude. Thank you, sir, for the nice applause. But if you update your sim, having these charts with you folks helps you abroad in knowing what the approaches are, knowing where you can park, because they have parking charts at many of these airports, and you don't have to scour all of these VATSIM center sites to find your airport. It's all right here. The only bad side is if an airport like Kaitak is not in the database, it's not going to be here. You know, if it doesn't exist, it's pretty hard to have a chart. So, hi Roo, Bad Attitude, how are you? Alright, so we're going to come down to Singapore. Our planned approach looks like the ELL. Let's kind of zoom in on it. He says cautiously. Hang on, let's see, why am I not moving? Row. Uh-oh, did we lock up? Oh, let's just do this. Alright, looks like it might have. So hang on, let me re-fire up some toolkit. Doesn't happen often. Okay, let me see if it'll work this time. There we go. All right, let's bring it back in. Hawker, you may need to put your prediction back in there. I'm not sure if that cleared it out, having to restart it. All right, so here is what our approach looks like on the chart. ELAL1B. Now the nice thing is when you put it into your route like it is up here, it shows up down here. And it'll look just like you saw out there. Alright, so let's make sure for the 20 left, right, center. Okay. So we can do that, and we are still planning 20 right, I believe. All right, let's pull up. Take a look at the weather real quick down here. 120 at 5, that works for a 2-0 arrival. Alright, YouTubers, I know you're all watching this, even though you're not live. Our Twitch folks have gone into commercial break land, and they should be back with us here in about a minute or so. Debating, do we want to do an RNAV? And our subscribers, by the way, are seeing this on Twitch as well. Trying to debate, do we do the RNAV or do this real quick. Okay, let me take a look at this ILS. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We'll put the RNAV or the ILS in. And what we'll be doing is from nylon coming into at IDVAS. Welcome back, the rest of you that follow us on Twitch. Welcome back. We are just working out the arrival. Since our arrival ends at nylon, right here, and our ILS would start at IPNIC, which is right next to it, we're going to start at nylon and just go to IDVAS 7 miles out, fly the ILS in. So, how do we do this? We're not going to brief it just yet, folks, but that just let me know how I'm going to program it. All right, so let's get rid of this so you can now see exactly what we're doing here. Go to the departure arrival. And let's pull up 20. Let me make sure here. I'm going to do this without y'all seeing. Where's the airport? Sure, that is 20 right. Okay. That's the runway I want. Okay. Okay, so 20 right. And we're not going to go to IPNAC. We're just going to do it this way. I'm going to head over to legs. Next. Nylon to IDVA. Perfect. Boom, boom. Close it. There. All right. Now, I am going to go through here and make sure altitudes are correct. So let's pull it back up. All right, altitude-wise, so we're looking for any, okay, we got to be below 21, above 6, above 3. So what I'll do here, folks, you can see it there on your screen. Let's go down. Nylon, I am going to put it 3,000. All right, let me see here. Hapsu. Let's make that 6,000. Okay, that way, for sure, top of descent, when it starts showing up over here, will show to where we're wanting to go. Oh, I'm on the wrong one. Doggone it. Will show over there. It's not in close enough yet. But we've got everything set up, 6,000, 5,000, or 3,000, and then IDVAS. $2,500. 20. Is that a hard altitude or is? No, it's not. Okay. IDRU is 15. Okay, there we go. All right, folks, so that'll set us up for the arrival. Hopefully you saw a lot of that. So, and we're about an hour out now, folks. So, really nice cloudiness. All right, folks, so there you go. We are just leaving Vietnam behind us. Singapore, about 500 miles ahead of us. So sit back, relax, enjoy a little bit more of the music. Hey, folks, it's hump day. Hump day. And we should be into Singapore here shortly. We'll get into a more in-depth brief in about a half hour or so. So just gonna take another little break, and we'll go from there. Enjoy the ride. Alright folks, we're back. Out visiting with our guest. My wife's stepdad, Tori's here. And come back here, get ready for the landing. And hope you all are enjoying this hump day as you've all gotten through half the week. So let's get into the actual arrival brief. Let's see, we are standing, we still don't show, oh, we're not going to probably show a top of descent on this one. Alright, so we need to plan that. 30 times 3 is 90. Let's go ahead and add 10. So good 100 miles from our fix. Let me pull that up real quick of nylon. So 100 miles. Let's see what that might be. What probably would be easier that way. All right. Oh. All right, I'm going to go ahead and pause the music here for a moment while we talk with you. All right, so nylon. The $1 million computer here. 2 plus 30 plus. Oh, perfect. All right, so right now, what I was doing there, folks, is how I figure top of descent when I don't have it on an FMC, like our 737 Zebo will show us, or Flight Factor, or TOLUS, Airbus A320s, 319s. DB Vetter just landed a Rotate MD-11 in Albuquerque. Awesome. You got the new Philly scenery there, DB. Yep, we just went to ads, so hang on a second. All right, and for those on YouTube, yeah. Oh, he does. Great scenery. It is. Great indeed. If you don't have it, if you're on YouTube here or one of the subscribers, I highly recommend it. Folks, just dynamite how well they've done that. He also did St. Louis, so there's one to look for too. So, all right, so we'll give it about a minute here, folks, and then we'll get into it so we make sure our Twitch audience can see it. But basically, we're going to just go through it and let you all know. And while I have you all, YouTubers, thank you for watching us. And make sure you like and subscribe if you haven't on the channel there. Love to see you watching future videos we'll be releasing. But if you tick the like, it helps us to know the avenues which would be better for you all to see. Subscribers, what can I say? Thank you so much. Those of you that subscribe on Twitch, thank you for coming along monetarily with the stream, helping us out. It's what brought the Felis plane you see here. Our Philly scenery was bought through proceeds from our subscribers, donos, and biddies. So thank you so much. It all goes back to the stream. So thank you again, subscribers. And for that, you get the ad-free viewing. So, and for those of you coming back in from Twitch, welcome back. If you would like ad-free viewing, we try to run them every 20 minutes. Well, let me rephrase that. Twitch is set up to run them every 20 minutes on our stream. But if you'd like to go ad-free, subscribing will get you through that. That's a benefit if you subscribe. All right, let's do this arrival brief, shall we? To Sim Toolkit. All right, now, I was talking about how I figure up top of descent. What I do, it's the old adage we use in the flight sim world. I take the zeros I basically go, we're at 33,000 feet. We got to come down to 3,000 feet, okay? So knock off a lot of those, just 30 minus 3. And times that by, so basically you're dividing each of those numbers. I believe it's by 100 to get that. It might be 1,000. I'm sorry, folks. I'm 58 years old. Math. Yeah. What's math? Oh, yeah, that was something I slept in. No, just kidding. But anyway, it's 90. And then I add about 10 or 15 miles to it to cushion it to help us get down. And then there is another one that if you watch V1 simulations that you can do to get your rate of climb for descent. I just set 1,800 to 2,000 feet a minute. Adjust as needed to make that 3,000 at nylon. All right. So how did I know it was 3,000 at nylon? Give me a second here. All right, you got your ATIS. Here is our star, ELO 1 Bravo. It's an RNAV. Yes, technically this plane would not fly RNAVs, but hey, we got the FMCs, we can fly them. 22 feet above the sea level, and transitions 13,000 feet. Okay, pretty simple. Radar and RNAV required. Here's your radio out, lost communications procedures. And then over here is the routing. It'll be ELAO, CANLA, Kilot, HIBAP, PAPSU, nylon. Okay, pretty simple all the way down here. Here is about where we're going to start our top of descent, folks. This is approximately 100 miles from nylon. See, each has the mileage. 3,000 feet. Okay, that's where I get it from. You can be above. I'm shooting to be at, so we can drop in right on the glide slope into Singapore. Okay. We have a holding point if need be here at Kowloon, and ELAO gives you your maximum speeds and at what altitudes. But as we come in, PBOP, we're going to want to be at 250 knots below 21,000. Now you're probably going, what the heck? Well, I believe some of this is in the reciprocal 02s for this. So it's set up for that as well. So that way, because you got to go a little further out to come around from the south and up. Okay. So, but 250 at below 21,000. We've got 31 miles to pass Poo, and there will be at 220. It's not 230, folks. It's not 210. At means at. You don't believe me? Great video on YouTube between JetBlue and an ATC controller, real world. Would enjoy that little discussion. Nylon, 190 knots. So at this point, folks, we're beginning to become fully configured for landing. Okay. And then from there, we're going to transition over to the ILS. And what we're going to be doing from nylon is going to IDVAS. But first, in tradition here, let's look at this chart, because I know I have some people here learning instrument flight. And they like to critique me, and I love it because I like to improve myself. All right, so again, our ATIS and all the rest of our frequencies we may run across. If the tower would come up, this would be maybe what we go to. It all depends what the guide goes for. All right, but we will set the localizer, ICH, which is 108.9. Singapore. Oh, sorry, couldn't resist. Final approach course 203. I do row. Okay, let's pull out. Is right here at 5, just under 5 miles out at 1,500 feet, and we need to be on the glide slope. We'll get to the decision altitudes and minimums. A missed approach, I'll let you all read. Let me pull out a little so you can read a little bit more. And then what we're required to have, here's our transition levels. Okay, 13,000. Okay, so from Nylon, we're about 16 miles out. We're going to fly, like I said, direct to IDVAS. I may cut the corner a little more and try to get on it before, because I'd like to be stable on the ILS coming down before IDVA. We only got 7.8, folks. Things are going to be clipping fast. Okay, so we'll be fully configured, gear down, flaps 30. You know the drill. Iduro, and then we start the runways. Okay, localizer, if the glide slope's out, folks, which I've only run across once in X-Plane, gives you some ideal altitudes to be at. 4 miles out, 1290, 3 miles, you get the picture. Okay. If you didn't read the missed approach, shame on you. It's pretty much straight out to Samco. Here's our descent, 3500 at Agula, IDVAS 2500, 1500 on glide slope at Iduro, and then right on down. Nice thing here is from Iduro to Iduna. So this is your initial to our missed approach point, Iduna, 0.8 from the runway. We'll get our speed, but you get an idea. This is your times. And again, if the glide slope's not working, if you can maintain these speeds or these vertical speeds, you'll be on that 3-degree slope. Piles for the approach light. Pappies both sides, and we'll have reels as well. And then there's our missed approach. Finally, folks, minimums 213 MSL, but if the METAR says 200, we're good. RVR 550 or more, good. That's meters. However, if you're not using the flight director, autopilot, HUD, guess what? It goes up to 750. Okay. There's our charts. We'll come back to this in just a second. We need to get our speeds. Come over here. All right, now we're coming into Singapore. Go to the airport chart. Our runway is 13,100 feet. Correction. Go to landing would always help. Load sheet. Airport elevation. We'll go to 0. You can't set individual numbers here, folks. Runway heading 203, so 200. Slope, we're dry, and now I need a METAR. Temperature there, 28. Pressure, 1009. I have no idea what that is, so we're going to cheat a little bit here, folks. Bear with a second. All right. So 1009. 2980. Hey, use what you got, folks. 2980. Winds 100 at 3. Basically calm. All right, so what does this all yield? And let's just make sure no rain. Broken 30,000, few at 1800. Nothing significant, looks good radar-wise there. So, when we set our speed bugs, we're setting clean. Well, 235. Then we'll have flaps 1, 215. Each of these speeds represents one of the flags over there. So 215, you can see how it works. BREF 135, so we'll call it about 145, 140. Now let's bring Sim Toolkit back into the picture, shall we? Here's our landing runway, folks. And I'm going to shoot for either 6 or 7 here on the Whiskies, but if we have to go all the way, we go all the way. And then we'll land parking maybe right in here. I don't know where Pan Am would have parked back in the day. And one last look down here. Weather looks pretty decent as well. Okay, let's go ahead. Pull up the ILS chart again. So 140, we're looking at about 743 feet per minute. I would say, since we could go as high as 150 coming down, let's just go with 800 feet a minute and see how that's all if we don't have glide slope. If we do, who cares, we're good. But it's going to take about a minute and 30 some seconds. So, wait a minute, I'm sorry, I'm reading it back. Yeah, about a minute 34. So if we were timing at a minute 34, we should be seeing the runway and going around if we're in very low conditions. All right. Capiche, capiche. Let's do it. All right, so we got all the difficult part of the briefing done, folks. We got our numbers in. Let's make sure things mesh up over here. And what we'll do is plan, like I said, 140-ish for our approach, touchdown at 135 if we're lucky, and bring her right in. Frequencies, you know, we haven't been playing with this because, well, we're on GPS. So I'm going to put some in. Okay, so we're here. Let me see if I can pull in VMR 116.8. If we're pulling it in, we'll see a DME, and we are not. Didn't think so, but we may see it up here at ESBUM. So let's try Untan 113.7. We might. The needle swung, but we may be too far out for DME. We're 100 miles out of ESBUM. So we should be picking that up here shortly. Because ESBUM's probably still another 100 miles to it. So, all right. Oh, and we're starting to get into some clouds. Let's get outside here and look. They are really coming together better. No pyramids so far, which that was touted to be, they believe they figured out what was causing that, and I think they nailed it. The cirrus cloudiness, I'm not sure. We can see it from time to time. Will be a more winter thing to watch. But these are looking better and better, the cumulus. We haven't done this yet. Let's look this way. Not bad. Oh, that's right. I don't have that side. Not bad at all. All right, folks, well, welcome in. If you're new to the channel here on Twitch, smash that follow button. That way you'll know when we go live. Because when we hit start streaming, you get an email. And it'll let you know. What I try to put in those emails is the sim we're using, aircraft, and takeoff landing point. All right, I'm going to go ahead and start setting up our minimums for, well, we'll set 200. Laminar has done some great things with these updates. I started in, well, with the original betas, and it has just slowly gotten better and better and better. The cloudiness has really evolved to what you see. This is all their first run of these volume-filled clouds, 3D, many would call them. And boy, do they really look good. They're getting just better and better. And with this beta version for 06, just looking dynamite. You can see the Cirrus up here looking really good. Not bad for a sim, folks. You know, y'all can complain and say, well, ours is better than yours. Okay, fine. I'll tell you differently, but that's okay. And you all enjoy your world. I enjoy mine. And we'll just keep rolling. And speaking of which, we'll see you after the ads here in about 2 minutes. All right, folks, YouTubers, we're still here. We just also took a quick run to the restroom because from here it's 30 minutes in. And the Twitchers ought to be back here shortly. Speaking of which, Twitch is here now. Welcome back, folks. Glad you all are still here. Welcome in, and just gonna kind of so hope you all are enjoying this run with Felis, the 747-200. Folks, by far, you know, there's two airplanes three. Truly, well, we'll go with two just because they're the same company. But this one and Tolus. I highly recommend on the payware side. Just flat out amazing aircraft. Tolis makes the A319, 320, 321. And by the way, the 320 is not the standard, it's the Neo version. And then Felis with their 747 here. Just, again, like I said, folks, it's 3 people in the real world that you're doing the job of as one. The other aircraft, if you're new to X-Plane, Zibo. And those of you that might be coming from the dark side of Microsoft over to us, Zibo, you will look at it and you will go, this is PMDG 737. That would be an incorrect statement. Zibo is its own. It is on par, if not in some areas better than the Microsoft PMDG, and Microsoft in its own right does beat it in some areas as well. But folks, the one thing Zibo does that PMD just can't do, or won't do, let's put it that way, it's free. And folks, it is just one heck of a plane. We'll be flying it Friday unless something comes up. So look forward to that. If you want to find out what the flight is, look down below at our flight schedule. YouTubers, come on over to Twitch, look at our flight schedule. Folks, the other way to find out real easy, head over to our Discord channel. I'll give you the invite here and check it out there. I try to get them in there about Saturday-ish is my goal so that you all have an idea what's coming up the following week. Sometimes I try to go 2 weeks. I have done a month, but that one's tough. But we try to fly pretty heavy when I'm off from the firehouse. So yeah, highly recommend Zibo. You'll, like I said, get a good look at it on Friday if we fly it. And then on the payware side, this aircraft. And I will throw in there the Thronda 208 that we flew yesterday. That is, if you're into the smaller aircraft like that, oh my gosh, what a gem. I just don't fly it enough to be as smooth, if you will, with it that I am with some of the heavier iron. So, but anyway, folks, we are starting to get close. I said we will start down near Kowloon, which is showing here. And we should be approaching that here in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So while we have the time, let's head over here. Start looking at our descent checklist. Okay, so when we start this, you're going to kind of look through this and go, ooh, really can't start this until, in our case, probably just before nylon, in between, oh, what is that fix? Passpoo and nylon, because you're going to have to arm the spoilers. But a lot of this you can do, it's just the spoilers. Till you get below 13,000, you're not going to set altimeters. Your landing data is already set, and then the rest of this, will get set up. So, but that just gives you an idea of what we're going to have to do here shortly. But the big thing for the descent, seatbelt, no smoking, make sure that's on. Anti-ice, by the way, you know what? Let's be nice. It's only been a 3-hour flight. Hey, oh, wrong one. They can now use get up and move about. What the heck? Here.
In a few moments, flight attendants will be passing around the cabin to offer you hot or cold drinks, as well as a light meal. Alcoholic drinks are also available at an optional charge. Now, sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight. Thank you.
Yeah, what she said. All right, so here we go, starting in on it. Like I said, we'll start down before Kilot, just still pad enough room to make sure we make that 3,000 foot mark. Aren't I a nice captain, letting him walk about with the last 5 minutes before descent? All right, let's one tip for a lot of you out there. I hear this a lot on VATSIM. And I'll hear it usually starts off and you guys can go, "Yep, heard that one before." Airline so and so, you're off course. You should be headed towards this fix. And you all know what's coming back. Well, my FMC is screwed up and I'm doing this. Folks, this is how you get out of that. Okay, I can first tell you what 9 out of 10 times is the cause of that. But if you keep your heading bug close to your heading you're on, when something like that happens, all you got to do is take it out of GPS, take it off FMC, put it on heading select or heading hold. And guess what? Your heading is set. And then work the issue. So it gets back on the heading you started when it started to screw up. And I'll tell you what that is in a second. And then work the issue out. Nothing to get concerned about. It's when you pass the next one, if you're expected to turn, then it gets a little concerning. What normally happens? You waited till that last fix, or in between the second to last and the last fix, to set your arrival. I get it. You want to make sure you're using the correct arrival for the controller and all. In the US, there's a way to find that out prior. We'll get to that on a flight in the US. Hey, we're going to be doing one Friday. We'll do it then. But get back on heading select, follow your heading, then go direct to whatever fix is next. You're set to go. But that's usually what happens. It's turning back to come in, which then the controller gets a little upset because you're not on the route and he doesn't know what to do. Just kidding, controllers. All right, so let's see exactly where pilot's sleeping. That could be too, but no. Usually it's because of that little where it's looping right. It's happened to me, folks. You saw it on a flight or two before this. Just put it back on heading. It turns back to the heading, and then you can work the issue out. In Hawker's situation, yeah, pilot sleep. Oh, wait, did I say that out loud, Hawker? Sorry. If you have it, Hawker, you may have to re-enter your prediction, because I had to restart Sim Toolkit. I'm going to go ahead and put mine in, so if anyone wants to know how, they know how. And that's how, folks. The exclamation mark, the word predict, and a negative number. All right, let me take a look here. Oh, we're not even, oh yeah. There you go. Okay, I can lower mine if you want that number. I don't care. All right, so we're coming up to Canla. Not sure what comes after that. Int'l. Or no, that's not Int'l. That is ELALO, and then Canla. So between Canla and Keelot, we'll start that descent. All right. One thing, 777, oh, I can't think of his call sign off the top of my head. I haven't seen him in a little bit. Always would love to get me on. I would always leave it in altitude select, so that way I could go step climb up and move about. But really, you should put it to altitude hold. Don't know the whole dynamics with the plane with that, but he said, yeah, you should put it to altitude hold. It's the same thing that goes on with your landing gear. If you have the ability to put it off, it just turns the motor off and ensures the motor's off so you don't burn it up. You know, the landing gear is just one of those little itty bitty pieces. You know, who cares about landing gear? We need no stinking wheels. We got engines to land on. All right. Just kind of watching things here. We've got about 16 miles. Okay, make it about 10. And we'll begin setting things up. All right, see how nice I was, folks?
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has turned on the fasten seatbelt sign. We are now crossing the zone of turbulence. Please return your seats and keep your seatbelts fastened. Thank you.
So, what? Can't land on the engines? Come on. uh, all right, folks. I let the flight attendants have that. That's what their union paid job is, to make that announcement. So I give it to them. That's right. Actually, I already do have 4 landing gear. 5 if you count the nose gear. All right. It would be a little, I can say, working at Scott Air Force Base, folks, we had a TWA 767 come in with one of the main gears stuck up and landed on one of the engines. And the engine didn't rip off. That I really thought could be a possibility. I was really shocked. Hey, who knows? Maybe I'll be like Cargo Lux. All right, let's see where we are. Okay, we're off Canla. So let's give it a few more miles. I'm going to go ahead and plug in 6,000. See if I can't pick up a better nav source. Not real. All right. Let's go ahead, dial in our ILS. I know, way early, but you know what? That's the way I work. Okay, ILS again was 1089. And 203 degrees. All right, and we're 25 out. Tikong, Singapore, 1650. We'll put that in there. It's over here. Okay, at 20 miles out, we're going to start our descent. So that's a total of about 30 miles beyond what I anticipated. Okay, let's go to descent. Yes. Now, the one thing I wish the 727 had on this was a readable dial. That too is 2,000 feet. And that really helps folks in getting that established instead of in trying to interpret what they're trying to say. Okay, we'll do about a 300 knot descent. And setting up for Singapore. Let me look ahead here. It does not look like any ATC in the area. All right, again, let's get over here and start looking at this. Anti-ice not required. Exterior lights fine. Brakes. Let's look at that again. Okay, it's nice here that it tells you 8,300 minimum, 63 medium, maximum. We'll go medium, I think, 63. Okay, so let's go on up here. Okay, we're coming down now to about 300 knots. Just got to get below 21,000 by the next fix. PBAP. And PBAP is a 250 restriction too. Okay. All right, folks, hope you all have enjoyed the run. YouTubers, would love you to click that like button. Let us know you liked the video. But more importantly, click that subscribe so you can come along or comment back and see the new videos as we release them. Twitch folks, click that follow button if you haven't already, and that way you'll know when we're flying again live. So, all right, we are slowly working our way in. And folks, come join us on our Discord channel. I'd love to have you there. One of these flights we're going to do an after flight Discord. So not going to be this one, not with folks visiting, but well, that's coming here in the future. So come on over, sign up, be part of our Discord community, and hey, help contribute where you can. Okay, and folks, don't forget Babbel. Great bunch of people. Hit that if you're a U.S. resident and you're needing to learn a new language or just want to learn a new language. Click on the icon, use the promo code, and folks, learn a new language. It sure helps when you're in a situation, people speaking other languages to go, come back in conversationally toned instead of hit or miss words. Check them out, Babbel. And if you're not sure, hit the exclamation mark and the word Babbel. That'll give you the information. Hey, it's 60% off, folks, and you help the channel. U.S. residents. The rest of y'all, if you need to learn a new language, it's a good source for you. I really like these people, so. Well, you never know. There, Hawker, you never know. All right, folks, we are under 21,000, so we got that restriction made. And the only thing, that's nice about the newer generation aircraft, having that nav display with your route on it to see how you're making out on the descent, where the arc is to show you. But, it's also good to know that I need to be above 6,000 feet. So that's why I dialed in 6,000 feet. It'll stop right there. So, all right, let me dial down to 250. And let's transition here, folks, is 13,000 feet. All right, folks, we have made the turn and headed towards Nylon. We got one intervening PAPSU or PASPU, then nylon, which will be at 3,000. So continue on down. Watching our speed here. Oh, Hawker. That's good. Okay, we got 24 miles to PASPU. And we got to loosen up about 8,000 feet. So it's actually a pretty good move starting where we did down. No 89, 230 or 203. It's PASPU. 20. Comes a little noise.
$10,000.
Okay, we got 9 miles. We're going to make it with no problem. Then we got to slow to 190. We'll have 2 notches of flaps out at least, if not more. And Roger, cleared to 3,000. Clipper 21 heavy.
$1,000 to level off.
Okay, we'll level here at 3 and then continue it on down.
Flaps 1. Flaps 5. Cabin crew, prepare for landing.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure your seatbacks and trays
Approach checklist, please.
right position. Make sure your
Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
and all carry-on luggage
Check.
are underneath the
Seatbelts and no smoking signs.
Our cabin
On.
crew are currently
And the
packing
eyes.
the cabin to make a final
Off.
check.
Exterior lights.
Check.
Outer brakes.
Medium.
Radio INS switches.
Damn. Radio.
Flight director computer selectors.
Check.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Spoilers.
Armed.
Altimeters.
1013. Set and cross-check.
Landing data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Fuel panel. Check. Fuel heat. Let's see. Off. EPR computer. Wait. Go around. Cabin altitude. Check. Circuit breakers. Check. Approach checklist completed.
down, green light. Flaps 25. Flaps 30. Localizer alive.
Ladies
1,000.
and gentlemen, we have just been cleared to land. Please make sure your seatbelt is securely fastened.
Sync rate. Sync rate. Sync rate.
500.
Sync rate. Sync rate. Sync rate. Sync rate.
Approaching minimums. Minimums. $50, $40, $30, $20, $10. Check reverse. Out, off, reverse. Auto brake off. 60 knots.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our destination airport. For your safety and comfort, please remain seated with your seatbelt fastened until the captain turns on the fasten seatbelt sign.
Landing checklist.
We have parked at our gate.
Gear.
Down and check.
Down and check. Flaps.
Flaps 30.
Flaps 30. Ignition.
Flight start.
Anti-skid.
Check.
Altimeters. 1009. Set and cross-checked. Landing checklist completed.
Flaps 1. Flaps up. after landing checklist.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Body gear steering.
Arm.
Outer brakes.
Hold on. Off.
Ignition.
Cabin ready.
Off.
Engine and wing anti-ice.
Off.
Radar and transponder.
Hold on. Stand by.
Flaps.
Up.
Spoilers.
Down.
Stabilizer trim.
7 units.
Outflow valves. Open. Pressurization mode selector. Wait. Manual. Aft cargo heat. This. Off. APU. Check. Checklist completed.
Cockpit to ground. Put the chocks on.
Chocks are on.
Cabin crew, disarm slides. Alright, secure cockpit checklist. Brakes. Damn. Beacon lights. Off. INS. Align. Probe and window heat. Damn.
Back valves. Check. Fuel boost pumps. Off. Reserve tank valves. Closed. Hydraulic panel. Check. Oxygen. Check. Flight recorder. Off.
Emergency lights. Hold on. Off. Radar. Damn. Off.
INS. Wait. Off. Radio switches. This.
Checklist completed.
All right, well, it's nice that I've been muted this whole time. Well, looking it over, looks like 168 feet a minute. And wow, what a landing, folks. Um, but again, thanks to you all, YouTubers, for coming aboard, building up our channel on that side. Subscribers, I'm glad Twitch gives you the ad-free option, and I sure appreciate the fact that you are coming along with us monetarily so that we're able to get the Felis aircraft here and Tolus and the other aircraft we fly, Thronda, like we did yesterday. It's just awesome. Thank you so much. It means the world. But I just want to make sure before we come out of the break that everybody's here. I see my computer looks good right now, my laptop. And according to Twitch, we should be out of the ad break. All right, folks, so let's look at this landing. I just realized my mic was muted for maybe the whole flight. Who knows? You're all going, oh, thank you, Lord. No. Again, 168 feet a minute. Click on it. This is where I like this over Volanta. Okay, so far so good. We're just like Volanta. Boom, y'all can see. Oh, only a G, 168 feet. Little fast. That I knew was going to happen. However, here's what Volanta, last I checked, does not do. Okay, we also knew a long landing was coming. Wow, that's a displaced threshold and a half. All right, so here's your basic runway details. There's the 13,000 feet. We landed 3,300 feet down, folks. That's a considered long landing. And we're only 4 feet at the most left of the center. That's really good. Now, little aviation knowledge here, folks. You're not ever supposed to land or taxi or do anything in the chevrons. However, at the end of that going forward, that is considered displaced threshold. Takeoff only. Rollout coming the other way is permissible. The threshold for landing starts where this blue dot is or this long white line. From there, every hash mark is approximately 500 feet down the runway. Basically letting you know, are you in the landing zones are roughly 3,000 feet down the runway, about 10,000 foot or longer. Below that, they could knock off 500 feet. Just you'll see why. So it gives you an idea how much runway you've used. And in this case, we're just barely up. And Insuik is in with
In a
100
668
bits.
just cheered 100 bits.
Outstanding, sir. Thank you so much for the help with the stream. We sure appreciate those 100 bits. Thank you, sir, for coming alongside. So that gives you an idea. So there's the 3,000 foot. That's about where the landing zone ends, and we were just outside it. Now, where this comes in more important, down here, folks, when you start seeing those hash marks again, yeah, runway is coming to an end very quickly. Might want to make sure if you're still rolling at 180 knots, stick your feet out and try and stop the plane, or do a fancy flying with my sliding turn to the left or right. Just kidding, folks. Anyway, so that gives you the runway data. Now, down below, this is our touchdown. Ideal, or the heading we had was 202, ideal 203. Right on the mark. Pitch, right on the mark. Speed, fast. We should have been closer to 135, but hey, we got down. She didn't want to rise up, so it did good. And only 1G. Don't even know if we woke up Hawker back there in the back. Or up top in the bar. Who knows? 160 feet per minute. Great landing. And hopefully, we'll be able to show it. We are unloaded of cargo. So let's close up the airplane. Okay, and get rid of the jetway. And chocks. All right, let's see what happens, folks.
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
Now, when this works, folks, theoretically, you could go all the way back to the beginning of this flight, some 4 hours ago.
Chocks removed.
Follow it all the way in again if you wanted to relive it, or pick it up in pieces. But right now, in the early stages of X-Plane 12, it's kind of a roll the dice, and maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. Let's see what happens. The other sims, you have to download a program, install it. Once it's installed, get to the point in your flight where you want to record, start it, and you can record from then on. I think there's more steps after you land that you got to do, but when it works, it's a really easy process here. Oh yeah, make sure you're off VATSIM, otherwise it kicks you off like it just did me. Alright, let's get rid of that and let's see if we can do it. Look out, folks, it's working. I don't know where we are in the process though. Let's go from here. And what I'm going to do first, folks, is get some music running. Then we're going to high speed. There we go, realizing, oh, we're not aimed right. Let's watch that landing, folks. Oh man, look at all that grease on the runway, folks. Wow. And all that rain. Alright, bear with me here, folks. Let's go to the end. One more time. Get ready for a photo op, folks. Hawker 125's wishful Hawker, you can clip it. One more time for him. Hawker, if you look on the screen, I think it's lower right-hand corner around where Babel is. All right, folks, fantastic flight. Oh, just unreal. One more time. What the heck? Just in case he can't find it. Nice landing, folks. I'm going to go out one more time. We're going to take a look at it from the tower view. Hang on a second. Oh, went too far, folks. That looks fantastic. Just in case I can't find it. Who put that pole in the way? Wow, 5-point landing, folks. All right, well, we're going to call it a day, folks. What a day indeed. Hang on a second. Let me put us back in the gate. And welcome again into Singapore. Second, doing too many things at once.
Cockpit to ground. Put the chocks on.
Chocks are on.
Okay. All right, folks. Oh, we didn't pull the flaps back up. I did pull. Oh, well. Here, let me just look at the lever. Probably, let's go ahead and put some power on the plane.
Cockpit to ground. Connect ground power.
The APU is running. Maybe it's not. Oh, it's not connected. That's why.
Ground power connected.
All right. So, folks, sorry about that. Want to say thank you again for joining us. Thank you for being a part of Flying with Mike. Sorry about that, folks. Got kind of lost in what I was trying to do. Folks, we do plan to fly again on Friday, barring anything that comes up. The flight plan is down below in the About area. Also, YouTubers, if you're watching this, down come to Twitch, and right below where you're watching the video, you'll see the About area and flight schedules right there for you. Folks, it's been my pleasure. What a trip into here. I don't know why the flaps aren't up, but it is what it is. So, well, folks from Singapore on a great flight for Pan Am Virtual. And folks, don't forget my friends at Babbel. You US folks, if you're looking to learn a language, check them out. 60% off with that code for their subscriptions, and guaranteed within 3 weeks you'll begin to speak a new language. Check them out over at Babbel. So we're going to call it quits, and we'll see you all Friday. God bless you all, and we'll look for someone to send this to, but let's get the outro music going, and you all have a grand day. God bless. We'll see you Friday.